de intérprete. Si alguien desea escuchar la reunión completamente en español, simultáneamente puede encontrarme en la mesa trasera. Podrán adquirir los dispositivos para hacerlo. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Bueno. And with that, I'd like to please ask everyone to rise so we could salute the flag. And Joanne, would you please lead us?
I certainly will. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Joanne. And of course, today is June 6th, and a lot of people know historically that this was D-Day, the invasion at Normandy. Probably some of our grandfathers, fathers were on that beach at Omaha. I'm proud to say that my father was one of the first to hit the beaches at Omaha. He was under the direction of Dwight D. Eisenhower, and he was on the Division 29, famous division because their mission was to make room for several million men. And so it's a really historic day, and just want to make note of that. For all those who are veterans, please stand. I'd like to thank you for your service. Thank you very much. With that being said, also June 6th is also another day. It's a birthday. And we do have Dan Flores' birthday. He's finally 21. Finally, God. So let's give him a hand.
And there's no other way I'd rather spend it than being here with you guys at a board meeting.
Dedication. Yes. Okay, with all that being said and done, let's go ahead and move right into our items 1.3, which is the adoption of the June 6, 2024 agenda. This point, we're taking a look at amending closed session items 10.5, personnel, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, and release. There's an addition of 6 certificated coaches, head junior varsity football boys 2, head varsity soccer girls, head varsity track co-ed, track assistant co-ed, varsity football assistant boys. An addition of 16 classified coaches, cheer assistant co-ed, head junior varsity soccer boys, head junior varsity volleyball girls 2, head varsity football boys 2, head varsity soccer boys, head varsity volleyball girls, junior varsity football assistant boys 2, varsity cross-country assistant co-ed, and varsity football assistant boys 5, with an addition of 3 volunteer coaches, basketball girls, cheer co-ed, volleyball girls. At this point, I will entertain a motion for approval, please.
I'll move that.
Thank you, Israel. And a second, please.
I'll second.
Thank you, Joanne. Okay. On a motion by Board Member Israel Fuentes and second by Board Member Joanne Thorin Ojeda to adopt the agenda as recommended, all those in favor indicate by stating aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstained? So that's 6-0 vote with Ms. Sandoval absent. So on a board motion by Board Member Israel Fuentes, Board Member second on Board Member by Board Member Joanne Thorin Ojeda, and on a 6-0 board adopted the agenda as recommended. Thank you. So we're going to move right into our present Special presentations, which is item 2.1, introduction of new management, and I'd like to invite Dr. Dede to the podium, please.
Sorry about the delay, because today is also a special day in our family. I didn't realize this, but Mr. Flores and my wife had the same birthday.
Oh, all right.
I'm ordering the flowers and chocolate right now, and I'm joking.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, it was. Sorry. Don't record that part, please. But good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. And it's my honor and pleasure to introduce some new members to our management team this evening. And first, I'd like to start off with our Nutrition Services Site Supervisor, Lucina Minna.
All right.
Lucina has been in the district for quite some time. She was a noon aide. She's been a nutrition service worker 1, a 2, a nutrition service lead, an accounting assistant 1, and an accounting technician. So definitely grew up in the district, huh? Yes. She is an avid gardener and enjoys cooking. It's my understanding through the grapevine she makes an amazing arroz con leche. Did I say that right? I got to say it faster next time, so I got to try that one day. I heard Mr. Enciso loves it, and he's never shared it with me, though, so I'll have to come see you. But also, she enjoys feeding people in general, and that's why she's been in nutrition services for over 23 years. So definitely want to congratulate you on your progression, and just so happy that we get to keep you in the district to bring joy to our students and staff. So, thank you. And go ahead. And now I'd like to give you an opportunity to address the board.
Good evening, Board President, board members, and members of the audience. I just want to thank all of you for this opportunity to allow me to grow in the district. I've been part of the community since '91 when I moved to Colton, and my children grew in the district. They started from San Salvador preschool. My youngest son was first graduating class of Grand Terrace High School. So they grew in the district, I've grown in the district, and I'm just very pleased and happy and privileged and excited for this new opportunity and to continue to grow and serve our students. So thank you. I do. I would like to introduce my children. Like I said, they're here. So my children and they're out here to support me. And then my husband, Michael Bustillo, he's here as well.
All right.
Yes, thanks.
One more round of applause. Listen. Our next person is our new Nutrition Services Site Supervisor, Michelle Reed. Michelle has an extensive background in education through the nutrition services. She was a middle school lead and middle school and elementary kitchen lead, a field specialist, a business administrator, a student assistance and standards compliance for the state hospitals, and office manager, operations manager, I'm sorry. And so a very, very extensive background as well. She's been in child nutrition for 20 plus years. She's worked in 4 different districts and is finishing her degree in food service management and culinary arts, which gives her a variety of experience and knowledge to lead Colton and as a site supervisor. Fun facts, she recently returned from living in Taiwan for the last 6 years. Wow, that's awesome. She taught English there with her husband, and they were also involved in pioneering a church for their church fellowship, the Dora Christian Church here in Colton. She moved to Colton when she was 18 years old and has lived here most of her adult life. She is grateful to be a part of the Colton community and is excited to serve our school scholars to fuel their futures in all their school endeavors. So once again, Michelle Reed. I'd like to give you an opportunity to introduce any family members and address the board.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Do I have to put this down a little bit? I'm a little bit short, but good things come in small packages, right? Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. I'm very, very grateful to be here tonight. I started in different districts in Fontana. I was there for 15 years, but I've lived here, and Colton is my home. So I am truly grateful to be here, and this is where I plan to stay and give everything back to this community for what this community has given to me. So I just love to serve, and as my husband, and I went to Taiwan, a wonderful, wonderful experience. The culture is fantastic, and so I'm just grateful to be here. Thank you, everyone, for letting me have this opportunity. And I would like to introduce, I have a few people here to support me tonight. My husband, Clayton Reed, and Felipe Vega and Karina Vega, also in the back. They're here to support me tonight. So very thankful for the community here, and thank you for allowing me to be a part of this city. Okay, thank you.
And one more round of applause for Michelle, please. I have a special guest to help me introduce this next person. She's so adorable, but I'm going to use her phonics skills tonight because she has a very unique last name, but a beautiful last name. And so our next person I'd like to introduce is our new middle school assistant principal at Terrace Hills Middle School, Michael.
Piasachuni.
Yeah, good job. So Michael comes to us with a very unique background and very interesting background. He spent a long period of time in the Navy, in law enforcement. Then he made the decision to switch over to education, where he was a teacher, and he at a middle school level, and he worked at an online school as well, and he has been an expanded learning middle school dean and athletic director. And so comes with a very unique but extensive background as well. He's been an avid advisor and coordinator. He's managed wellness centers and ultimately has done a lot of 8th grade promotion ceremonies, so he's in the right place. As you met his young one there, but he has a beautiful wife and 3 amazing kids. He has 2 sons, and you met his daughter, and his favorite holiday is Halloween and Christmas. He loves decorating for both. He is a great cook. Your favorite cuisine is? Whatever. Oh, I like that. I'm going to use that one. I like that. So every year he dresses up as the Grinch to support his mentor, Mr. Garcia, who is the wellness, mental health, and community outreach personnel or employee for Moreno Valley Unified School District. So you have to bring that over here as well, because I know a guy who likes to. know a guy who likes to dress up as Santa too. Over there, right there, you know. But yeah, he gets very jolly during those holiday seasons. So that'd be awesome. But once again, so happy to have Michael join us, and you know, from all the great people that I'm introducing tonight, the one thing I've always said is when we do reference checks, that's very telling. And each person that we've called, as just said, you're getting a great person, a really good person who really cares about kids, and they get it. And so Michael has definitely got a lot of praises from the people that we've spoken with, and just want to give him an opportunity to introduce his family and address the board.
Good morning, board. Dr. Miranda, Executive Cabinet. This is just an honor. It's my first AP position. It's been a journey. I will give my all, like I've always given my all, even when give to my family. It's once I'm in, I'm fully in, I'm fully committed, and I like to think that I go above and beyond whatever is asked for. In lieu of my new principal, as soon as I found out that I became the assistant principal, we've been in constant contact almost every single day, figured out what we're going to do for the next school year, already planning for it. So if you want to collaborate with the staff, board members, everyone involved in really bringing the community together and make that school shine for what we can. So I'd like to introduce my wife, Danny. She is amazing. She puts up with me. And then my daughter, you obviously met, Alexis, and our two sons are not here today. They're at school. So, but thank you very much.
One more round of applause for Michael, please. And next, I'd like to introduce our new middle school assistant principal for Colton Middle School, Jasmine Nault. So Jasmine has a background that I like because it includes basketball. So she was a basketball coach at Centennial High School, which is a very prestigious school for sports. She was a social science teacher for over a decade, and recently she's been a teacher on special assignment under the ELOP, Educational Services, which is after-school programs. And she started her career at Truman Middle School in Fontana, but has spent quite amount of time at Centennial High School, as I mentioned earlier. From there, she's been married since 2015 and has two beautiful children, Isaiah and Leilani. Hi over there. You guys are beautiful. Yes, that's awesome. And in her free time, her family enjoys being active, biking, playing sports, and going to the beach for some fun in the sun. And she's truly excited about joining the Colton family and looks forward to serving the community. So I'd like to go ahead and give Jasmine an opportunity to introduce her family and address the board.
Good evening, board members and audience. I just wanted to say how grateful I am for this opportunity and how honored I am to begin serving the Colton community. I know how close-knit this community is, and I'm really grateful that I have the opportunity to join this family and serve our community in the way our students should be served. And I do want to end with go Lakers. It didn't work out this year, but you know, we'll see what we can do. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And then I'd like to introduce my family. My parents are here, as well as my children right here. Zane and Lana. Thank you so much.
And one more round of applause for Jasmine, please. And last but not least, I'd like to introduce our new middle school principal for Joe Baca Middle School, Tamet Rappa. Yeah, Tamet has game too. Go ahead and show the rings. There you go. So that's definitely, it's nice to have some basketball people and nice to have another Laker fan because I got to hang out with a Celtics fan all the time, but it's okay. So Tamet comes to us with an extensive background. She has multiple years at multiple levels in administration, from assistant principal to director of activities, to director of alternative education in CWA, and recently, and most recently, she's at Ganesha High School, where she has a unique situation there. If you guys know, well, Jaden Daniels was just drafted in the NFL draft, pretty high. Well, from Cahoon High School, and that's someone that she's mentored and had a close relationship with. And just to hear the story of his journey is amazing. And so Tamet is, the one thing that we heard from her reference checks was she is the queen of student connection. And students never forget her, no matter what. And so we love to hear things of that nature. And her journey in education started with a bachelor's in arts and broadcasting, television, and from sports. I like that. From Laverne, and a master's in education with an emphasis in educational leadership. She is a first-generation American. Her father is from Italy, and her father was a Vietnam vet. She is a single mother of a 13-year-old son who gave me DAP when I gave him a handshake. So this is interesting. He says, he knows what DAP is. I'm like, we invented DAP. You guys are recycling it. But so, these youngsters, but her hobbies are Pilates and swimming. She's rescued her pug, who is 11 years old, and she loves being on the beach, and nothing is better than having your toes in the sand and listening to the waves ebb. And that is my family's jam, too. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to address the board and introduce your family.
First off, I'd like to say thank you for welcoming me here, board and Superintendent Dr. Miranda. It's a pleasure to join this family. This is an example of your respect for family, and I am really proud to be here. This district has impressed me so much in the month and a half that I've been dealing with them, and I am truly a student leader. I am a leader who always puts students first. Every decision I ever make in education is what is best for the student. So that's something that you can expect from me. I really look forward to this opportunity, and I will introduce my family. I'm lucky enough to have my sister here, who's also an educator. She's a kindergarten teacher, Leslie, my nephew, Ricky, my son, the 13-year-old that dabs everybody up, Salvatore Rappa, who's named after my father, and my good friend, Danielle Modicaf, who's also joining this family. You'll meet her later, I guess. But thank you so much.
And one more round of applause for Tamet. And that concludes my presentation for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dede. Okay, let's go ahead and move right into item 2.2, employee recognition. And I'd like to invite Dr. Cervantes and Mr. Enciso.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Tonight, I am proud to be presenting our May Employee Recognition recipients. The Human Resources Division is very excited about these presentations because these people are nominated from within the ranks. And so being part of those conversations, you really get to know everybody and all the great people that work here. So first up, I would like to bring up our classified recipient, Lisa Hernandez. You're popular. So Lisa Hernandez is our school program technician at Grand Terrace Elementary, and honoring her this evening is our Grand Terrace Elementary principal, Miss Nira Coley.
We have been waiting for this moment for years and years. So thank you very much, HR, and good evening, board members, superintendent, members of the cabinet, CJUSD staff, and audience. I also want to acknowledge Lisa's family, who is here tonight with us, and her son Jacob is here with his wife Alicia, and her sister Laura is here with her nephew Stephen. I try to remember everyone's names. And we have a lot of staff members here. We school ended for us, but they are here because we love Lisa. And even our retired teachers are here. So that tells you how much Lisa is loved at our site. Lisa has been working in our district for 15 years. She came to Grand Terrace Elementary 12 years ago. And in 2015, she took up the position of, I don't want to make a mistake here because I always call her by the wrong designation, as the school program technician, and she has been serving in that position since 2015. Lisa may have a certain job title, but she does everything under the sun. She literally keeps our school functioning at every level, from supporting teachers with ordering supplies, to assisting admin with meeting preparations and award assemblies, to connecting with students and families, and giving encouragement and support to our most challenging students. She does it all. Lisa notices the little details and makes sure that any task is completed flawlessly. If you need something, Lisa finds a way to make it happen. She often stays late, comes in early, takes work home, whatever it takes to make deadlines and do the little bit extra that takes the task over the top. You never have to ask her twice for assistance. She makes sure that all staff gets what they need to do their job effectively. She sends out frequent emails to staff to gather information on what is needed. She's extremely hardworking and considerate. She is always busy, but always willing to help. She genuinely cares and enjoys serving others. She also runs our PBIS student store and always makes sure to order what students like. And this has increased our students' desire to earn more PBIS points. Lisa also attends our ELAC and school site council meetings. She communicates with the parents and staff and is always happy to address and research their concerns. Lisa is also a member of our school social committee. She makes sure that we celebrate our staff's life events and achievements with monthly birthday cakes, baby showers, appreciation treats, and always remembering those who are ill or have lost someone close to them. She is selfless and truly an angel on our campus. Her calm persona is like a cherry on the top. We at GTES are very, very lucky and blessed to have her aboard. Thank you, Lisa, for staying with us for this long and continue to be there.
Thank you. I don't know how I can top that, but good evening to the board, Superintendent Miranda, Board President Ibarra, and the other board members and executive cabinet. I came to the district as a mature person. I had retired after 25 years with the County of San Bernardino. But when Nira was asking me, when did you start, with the district? Well, I gave her, 15 years ago, but my first job was with the district. Colton High School had a career center at that time, and they helped you get jobs, within the district. So I'd walk from school to the district office, and all of this is before your time, but you would actually count lunch tickets. I would count lunch, the warehouse guy would bring in the bags and the tickets from every school, and I would count them, log them in, so I guess for state reimbursement. But I'm like, oh my gosh, that is so long ago. So I've gone full circle. So I started and I'll be ending here too. So thank you very much. And yeah, thank my family and especially my coworkers who came to support me because I spent so much time with them during the day.
Another round of applause. Okay, moving on. Our next awardee is our Certificated Employee Recognition recipient, Ms. Lynette McBurdy. She is a teacher at DRC Elementary, and honoring her this evening is Ms. Penny Muse, principal at DRC Elementary.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Today, it is my great honor and privilege to recognize a truly remarkable educator, mentor, and friend who has dedicated 31 years of her life to teaching and nurturing the minds and spirits of our students. She is the last original teacher from DRC and has been a pillar of our community since the very beginning. She retired on Monday. Yep. So, yes. Throughout her illustrious career, she has taught 5th, 6th, and 3rd grades, always bringing her passion, creativity, and unwavering commitment to excellence in the classroom. Her ability to inspire and engage her students is unparalleled, and her dedication extends far beyond the standard curriculum. One of her unique contributions is her love for dance, which she has graciously shared with all of her students, actually all of our students, all of the 3rd grade students would dance. She has taught them multiple dances, including the ever-popular hustle, bringing joy and movement into their lives. Her Drawing Dalmatian sessions, held once a month as a PBIS incentive after school, have been a favorite among students, and she has always refused extra duty pay for those sessions, demonstrating her selflessness and dedication to her students' happiness and well-being. She has also been instrumental in planning and directing our promotion ceremonies each year, ensuring that each milestone in our students' lives is celebrated with the honor and dignity it deserves. Furthermore, she has meticulously planned our Veterans Day celebration each year, a task close to her heart as a proud military wife. Her commitment to service is a point of pride, and she has generously donated gifts for these celebrations, further exemplifying her spirit of giving. Her positivity and resilience, especially during the challenging times of teaching through the COVID-19 pandemic, have been a source of strength and inspiration for us all. She is not only a wonderful team member to her grade level, but also an amazing person, friend, wife, mother, and now grandmother. Her gracious and humble nature has touched everyone she has worked with, and she truly deserves recognition not only for her 31 years of teaching, but also for the countless extra things she has done to support our school community. Please join me in celebrating and honoring the extraordinary woman whose dedication, kindness, and spirit of service have made a lasting impact on all of us. Her legacy will continue to inspire future generations, and we are profoundly grateful for her many contributions. Thank you, and congratulations, Lynette!
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to personally thank the Recognition Committee, the school board, all management at the district office, and everyone at DRC, those that are gathered here today, those that aren't with us, and those that have served all the years since we've been open since 1996. It was truly a blessing to work with all of them over the years. I would especially like to thank Penny Muse for this special recognition. I am so grateful to have been hired by the Colton Joint Unified School District so many years ago in 1993. Along the way, I have witnessed extraordinary, exceptional efforts and actions by fellow staff members in their individual pursuits to inspire, teach, and meet the needs of their students. Their actions have been nothing short of remarkable, and I could literally stand here and talk for days about their significant contributions. I am truly humbled to have been chosen to receive this special recognition. During my entire career, I've received so much support, care, and guidance, which allowed me to share my love of the arts. Art programs gave me happiness and allowed me to collect memories that will last a lifetime. In the early 90s at Harupa Vista, I had an after-school dance program where I taught classical ballet. At DRC, I had a dance club and choir. A cherished memory was when Nir Kohli and I took the choir to the Ontario airport on Pajama Day to sing holiday songs near baggage claim. We had a mission, and our mission was simply just to spread joy during the holiday season. And we certainly caught the attention of all those passing by, for they're just amazed to see all these children descended at baggage claim wearing pajamas that looked like they had no parents, so maybe just one, me. So we were singing holiday songs to cheer everybody up. It was also a highlight of my career to write 2 plays for my 6th grade students and to watch the teamwork and collaboration as they planned to perform for their parents and other students. And everybody in class had a special role or job. And most recently at DRC, I had the after-school drawing club in support of PBIS. But right now, I'd like to take this moment to thank Mrs. Muse. Thank you. And I would like to thank you for your special support and recognize your efforts that have helped me significantly to provide these programs. She's also done so much during difficult times, especially during the pandemic, to keep us strong and moving forward. Now I'm going to leave tonight as I continue to celebrate my 31 years with the Colton Joint Unified School District. And I have so many happy, treasured memories working with so many amazing people that just mean the world to me. I love you all so much, I really do. And I will be forever grateful to have taught children in the Colton Joint Unified School District to meet their families and to know this community. And I would like to thank everyone here. Thank you for this special recognition.
Another big round of applause for 31 years. All right. For our last presentation, I would like to recognize our next recipient, Mr. Phil May. Phil May is our M&O supervisor for the M&O department. And I will be doing the honor of reading something that has been prepared on his behalf. So, it is my pleasure to present and introduce M&O Supervisor Phil May as the Employee of the Month Phil continuously goes above and beyond his colleagues, community, and students alike. Phil has worked for the CJUSD for over 23 years. Phil is a product of CJUSD, attending Crestmore Elementary, Bloomington Middle, Bloomington High School. Phil worked his way up from an irrigation technician to a lead skilled maintenance and his current role as an M&O supervisor. He proudly serves his community and the district with integrity. Phil doesn't wait for things to happen, he makes them happen by taking the initiative to constantly expand his knowledge of intricacies of systems and pass on his knowledge to others. He is a collaborative, innovative, and creative problem solver. Even though he works quietly behind the scenes, Phil comes to work energetic and dedicated to keeping the district sites comfortable, maintained, and works hard to create a positive, safe, and efficient learning environment for students. We thank Phil for his contributions to creating an environment of trust through effective communication and his dedication to CJUSD. His commitment to ensuring staff as a safe and functional campus for all students and all staff. Thank you.
I don't know, anybody that knows me will probably find it a surprise that I'm man a few words right now, but I'm honored and thank you. That's all I really got. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to introduce anybody? A final round of applause. That concludes our presentation tonight.
Okay, let's go ahead and move right into our agenda 3.0, public hearing. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and close our regular board meeting and open item 3.1, which is the proposed local control and accountability plan for 2024-2025. Open it up, and if there's anyone who would like to speak on that item, this is your opportunity. Okay, not seeing anybody rushing to the podium. I will go ahead and close item 3.1. And now I will open 3.2, which is the proposed budget for fiscal year 2024-25 and the fund balances above the minimum recommended reserve for economic uncertainties as Education Code 421227 A, 2B, and 42127.01. Opportunity for anyone who's wishing to speak on this item. Not hearing any, I'll go ahead and close item 3.2. I will now open 3.3, which is Association of Cone Educators, ACE, Sunshine and Cone Joint Unified School District. So at this point, there's opportunity for welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Board members, members of the CJUSD Executive Cabinet and Management, staff, maybe any students that are left, and other community stakeholders. My name is John Chauvin, and I have the privilege to be the lead bargaining chair for the Association of Colton Educators. I'm here to read our second Sunshine proposal for the 2024 to 2027 contract negotiations. The Association of Colton Educators is interested in negotiating Article 1, recognition. We are interested in bargaining to ensure that certificated duties are not contracted out to non-unit members. The association is also interested in bargaining Article 4, association rights. We are interested in updating language to reflect the status of the association president. The association is also interested in updating language to adjust for modern communication techniques. For Article 8, hours of employment, the association is interested in ensuring that all unit members have adequate workspace. Additionally, the association would like to look at ensuring unit members who substitute on their prep period are rotated equitably. Moreover, the association is interested in discussing the movement of itinerant roving teachers. For class size, Article 9, the association is interested in adjusting class sizes and work ratios to help us better serve our students. For Article 13, leave policy, the association is interested in discussing the use of members' leave. For Article 14, safety conditions of employment, the association is interested in reviewing safety policy language to best address our students' and staff's needs. For medical coverage for retirees, Article 18, the association is interested in looking at the cost benefits of increasing the number of years of medical coverage for retirees. For special education, Article 24, the association is interested in clarifying the role of counselors during IEPs. For Appendix 2, the ratio schedule for non-teaching assignments, the association is interested in potentially adjusting ratios and language to reflect work done in non-teaching assignments. For Appendix 3, extra duty and miscellaneous, the association is interested in the various stipends that are available to unit members, as well as clarifying language to help unit members better accomplish their duties. For coaching and activity pay, Appendix 4, the association is interested in discussing the rate of stipends for coaches and other activities listed within the appendix. For Appendix 6, terms, the association is interested in updating language to reflect the current conditions. And finally, Appendix 7, medical and dental rates, the association is interested in reviewing the language for clarification and updating it as necessary. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. So that ends our public hearing. At this point, I will reopen the regular board meeting of Cone Joint Unified School District. We'll go right into public comment. Board bylaws 9323 state that individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agendized item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each to 15 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. First person, Lisa Villa.
My name is Lisa Villa, and I reside in Colton. It is unreal, the decisions that you allow to be made. I feel because I recently filed formal complaints on the harassment I have been receiving endlessly so that people could start being held accountable. I was met with retaliation, and I was transferred to the farthest school in the district that is in need of security. I am being put right back with the manager that was harassing me the most, right in the line of fire. How does that make any type of sense? Again, I will endure another stressful summer because I was put on administrative leave last year for saving seats for my son's graduation. Last week, when I worked the graduation, seats were being saved left and right, just like they are every year. But I was singled out for it. I formally asked for a transfer back to Colton High, and I was met with a transfer to another middle school. Why you insist on letting this harassment continue just blows my mind. And we wonder where our children learn bullying from. They learn it from the leaders of this district. It was also decided to take the entire administration out of Colton Middle School, on top of the entire security team. So not only will our students not come back to any of their roots or any of the foundations that any of us built for them, you set up this new security team and the new administration for failure. Do you know how unstable middle school age is? You clearly don't care about my community or the other middle schoolers at the other middle schools in this district because you just uprooted administrators. Makes no logical sense. Our end of the school year luncheon was sad. People retired because of the choice that you made to take our administrators out. It should have been a happy moment to begin our summer break. How are some people held accountable in this district and some aren't? When some people get complained about, they get promoted, while others get put on administrative leave. Such a fine line between love and hate in this district. I might have to leave this district because it is so toxic for my health, and you have disrespected me time and time again, and you do not care about me or my family, and I will hold someone accountable. I have reached out to an attorney because you do not listen. You do realize that I have been coming here for years, right? To let you know of my constant harassment. Years. Let that sink in. It is unforgivable, and I will never forget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. Joanne, are there any other cards? Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move right into administrative presentation, 5.1, 2024-25 Local Control and Accountability Plan and District Budget Educational Service Division. I'd like to ask Mr. Fromm and Ms. Peterson to the podium, please.
Our board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, members of the audience. It is my pleasure tonight with Director Murphy to present our 2024-25, but also our 3-year local control and accountability plan. And then that'll be followed up by a presentation of our district budget. And so I'd like to start off just with changes. As we know, there's usually every year a few changes to the LCAP. And so this year's changes, we had a mid-year update that we presented to the board in February. And so that's one of the changes. It includes actions associated with differentiated assistance, so that you'll find in the LCAP this year. Long-term English learners are now accounted for separately, so they will be another subgroup within our dashboard metrics. Student forums include middle school students, and then as probably the biggest one and the most important to realize is that at this point we must delete or adjust actions not proven effective on previous LCAPs. So you'll notice that one of the differences in the LCAP this year is on all the actions at the end of the paragraph describing them. You'll see this will be measured by usually a M. If it's goal, it'll be M1 point, whatever the goal, whatever the metric is. And so that way you can see specifically how each of the actions are measured. And so that will be as we meet each year, that will be one of the things that we spend a lot of time on is whether or not we met the metrics. And then at that point, how do we change things that have not proven effective, or do we eliminate them completely? And so those will just be decisions that we make in the future. Another big change was LCFF equity multiplier schools, and those are schools that have a 70% SED, which is the low income rate, and a non-stability rate of greater than 25%. The non-stability rate would be a transition in and out of students throughout the year. And so for each equity multiplier school, It includes a focus goal for each school that addresses the different student groups with the lowest performance level and teacher quality issues. So the broad goals, there's 4 broad goals that are similar to the last 3 years, and then we had to add an additional 4 goals for equity multiplier schools, and we'll talk more about that later. And so in addition as well, the LCAP includes required actions that address the lowest performance on any state indicator. And so those items that are read at the school level for an all student group, we need to have an action for those that are at the all student level, group level for the district, and then any student group within a school. And you'll see those throughout. So if you look at the metric sections on the LCAP, you'll see a lot more data because now it's not only broken down by all students, it's broken down by subgroups, sometimes grade levels, sometimes school sites. And so you'll see a lot more data information within that. And so just to kind of highlight before we go into what's in next year, the next 3 years, just to kind of highlight some of our top things this year. I think our top 3 we've talked about, Grand Terrace High School being a California Distinguished School, Colton High School, Avid National Demonstration School, and Bloomington High School for their early college program. And so other successes throughout the years, and I won't go through all of them, but the big focus on English learners this year, and dual immersion expansion to 3rd grade, as well as beginning Zimmerman, the planning for Zimmerman to begin next year. We hired an equity coordinator, we increased our wellness centers, had a pretty decrease in chronic absenteeism, and then the work that we did last year with our differentiated assistance, within differentiated assistance for African American and foster youth students, they were pulled out of, they're no longer in differentiated assistance. And so our identified needs, our 2 subgroups still in differentiated assistance or DA is English learners and our students with disabilities. And then we will continue to focus on English learners, instructional strategies and differentiation. And then the rest of these are most of our dashboard indicators that we want to continue to increase or improve, increase, decrease, or improve the outcomes for our students. And so just a quick look at the LCAP budget. So our projected revenue for this year, the contributing actions and services make up about $67.2 million. And if you remember, during the pandemic, there was a 15% add-on to the concentration grant that we still have to provide information separately for. And so that it totals $76.8 million. And so that's what you'll see as you go through the LCAP for the actions and services. Equity multiplier funds, and so along with having equity multiplier schools, one of the benefits of that is that we received some fund, about $1.5 million. There are three schools that received that money: Silver Mountain High School, Washington High School, and then Wilson Elementary. And oftentimes their budgets at those, especially the alternative schools, are like under $100,000. So you can imagine the impact that kind of funding can have there. And the same with an elementary school. Often there's not a lot of funding compared to a middle school or high school, and so the addition of that funding will hopefully make a huge difference. And so you'll also notice as we talk and show the goals for that there's a goal that's for our African American students, and it's highlighted I have it here by the district office. When they took the data, there are times, I think, in transition where you have between someone enrolling and then it being attached to a school. Well, when they did that, there was one student that was not attached to a school, so they attached it to the district office. And so the county had, I think, 4 or 5 districts that had the same thing. And so they had to talk to the state, and the state said, come up with a group or subgroup or some way of using the funds. And so because of our focus on our African American students, we wanted to use the funds to continue the work that we're doing with that group, as well as provide the different incentives and opportunities that we provide to our African American students. And so that's why you'll see that for the 4th equity multiplier group. And now I'm going to turn it over to Director Murphy, that's going to take us through the goals and actions that we have.
So writing the LCAP involves the entire community, and we involved multiple groups when we were going through and engaging with our educational partners. Our first group that we met with was our steering committee made up of staff members, and what they did is really go through, look at our metrics, they looked at our goals, they looked at everything really that was going into it and made a lot of suggestions. Our parents were the next group, and we brought to them data from our student forums. We had them look over our metrics so that they could weigh in on what they wanted to see continue, and then they told us what they wanted to see in the LCAP. We met with our middle school students, our high school students, our alternative students, so they could weigh in and they could tell us, this is what's going well at our school, this is what we want to see continue happening at our school, this is what we would like you to do to help us prepare for the future. And then finally, we brought this back to the writing committee, really posed to them the questions, look at our goals, look at our metrics. Do you think that they're realistic? Do you think that they're achievable, yet are they challenging for our staff members also? And so it was really nice when we sat down and we compiled everything from all of these groups that I feel really confident that we're representing all of our different educational partners. And now what I want to do is to talk with you about our goals, metrics, and actions. So goal 1 is equitable access for all, which is really how we're going to go about closing those achievement gaps for our students. And some of our metrics include passing the advanced placement test, our English learner reclassification rates, our number of students who are completing the pathways, and the number of students who are completing the A through G requirements. The next slide shows some of the different ways we're going to fund to meet this goal. And some of the funding that you're going to see is going towards supporting our English learners, towards visual and performing arts, field trips, intramurals, and AVID support, which are extremely important that keep coming back really from our staff members, from our parents, and from our students. And so we wanted to highlight this work in action. And so you'll see here a BHS graduate. She was in the AVID program. She met the A through G, she completed the A through G requirements, so she's ready to go on to a 4-year school. You'll see here that these are honor assemblies at Grand Terrace High School and Colton High School for students to recognize their academic accomplishments because they met those A through G requirements. We have our AVID, Terrace Hills Middle School, going on a college field trip, as well as on the right, Joe Baca Middle School in an AVID tutorial. Of course, Colton High School being the National AVID Demonstration School. Mr. Lucero sent me this and just love this. These are GTHS arts students who are posing with the artist who helped them design and create the mural over at Grand Terrace High School for climate change. At Bloomington High School, we have the early college program. You know that there was a pilot program this year going on to our other 2 comprehensive high schools. We have ELD instruction at Sycamore Hills Elementary School and Colton Middle School. And on the next 3 slides, you're going to see our students in action at the different schools showing their work in the pathways. And then finally, we have our elementary band students who are performing in the District Band Festival. Goal number 2 is about student achievement, and that's student achievement for all students. In here, we talk about distance from standard, which is different from how we normally recognize our students' growth. Normally, we talk about it in the percentage of students who are scoring proficient or advanced. And what the state has done is change things around, and what we're doing is looking at the distance from standard. So for example, in 3rd grade, in order to meet that standard, students would need to score a 2436. So if a student scored 2437, they're +1 in distance from standard. If a student scored 2426, they're -10 in distance from standards. And then what the state does is take those numbers, average them up, and they tell us that is the distance from standard. And so what we want to do is to make sure that we're getting away from the negative, going up to the average where students are at standard. So for the metrics for this, you see that we're talking about CASP scores, we're talking about graduation rate, and how students are performing the assessments of iReady, DIBELS, and NWEA. Some of the different things we're funding in order to meet these goals are going to be summer school, our teachers on assignment, MESA, NGSS and math materials, library support, GATE, and technology. And it was nice to see our parents smile as I went through and I was telling them about these different things. You'll see here our GATE Parent Night. You'll see here our Joe Baca Middle School and Ruth Harris Middle Schools at a GATE field trip. Our grant students are over at Garner Holt. These are different activities which are occurring in the libraries. We have hands-on activities at Colton Middle School and Ruth Harris Middle School. And you'll see our technology department doesn't just support our students, but they also support our families as well. And then finally, we have our teachers on assignment at the Reading League Summit. For goal number 3, because we're not just about the academics of students, we're about the whole child, we have our goal in wellness. The metrics for wellness include suspension rate, attendance rates, PBIS school climate surveys, as well as surveys for students on school support. Funding for this includes PBIS school support, mental health support, which kept coming up from our students and our families as being critical, our counselors at the elementary level, and transportation. And you'll see here we have our new NAID over at Harupa Vista, and the students are playing on the activity center. Terrace View Elementary School, where they're promoting that positive attendance so everyone can see the importance of it. Here we have our elementary counselors working with our students in small groups and different activities. Cooley Ranch, they've got a student-led assembly, as well as over at DRC, their PBIS recognition ceremony. We have our wellness activities. You see the students outside involved in different wellness activities to bring them together, as well as the wellness center over at Grand Terrace High School. For goal number 4, we wanted to recognize the importance of family and community, and these metrics include attendance at district meetings and workshops, increased home visits, surveys on the effectiveness of workshops supporting students. Funding for this includes family and community workshops and meetings, our district community liaisons, our communications specialists, as well as interpreters and translators. And you can see here Eric Perez working with our students, our interpreter translator, Maria Cristina, and she's working with our families at a higher education workshop. Here we have a parent workshop where parents were learning how to talk to their children about drugs. And finally, we are moving into our equity multiplier schools. I want to stress enough, when I was talking with the principals about being an equity multiplier school, I think they kept feeling like they were in trouble. You're not in trouble. There's nothing that they could do about our mobility rate and the status in the families, status of the families. So what the schools did when they found out about this is they went and met with their school educational partners. They reviewed data from them on the dashboard, and then they created a plan to assist the students who were in the subgroups of red. And you'll see here we have Slover Mountain High School. The metrics that they're using were CAF scores on ELA and math, as well as the English Learner Progress Indicator, College Career Indicator, the suspension rate, and attendance at parent events. And the way they are going to meet these goals is they're going to go and look into having an intervention specialist, as well as a student and family engagement, increasing that by hiring a community liaison, and then having a wellness center at their school. Goal number 6 is Washington for the Equity Multiplier School, and they're going to be working on their CASP, ELA, and math scores, as well as their English Learner Progress Indicator, the attendance, rosters at family events, and chronic absenteeism. The different things they are going to fund with this are a wellness center. They're going to hire a community liaison, get an intervention specialist, a multilingual instructional support to help in the classroom, as well as get involved in other professional development activities. Goal number 7 is for our African American subgroup. We met with our students to do empathy interviews, as well as talk to families to find out what exactly is it that they feel could help. And what they were feeling was really important was having these quality Black History Month material. They wanted to see themselves in instructional materials, so making sure that we're purchasing books where they can see themselves, as well as going on field trips and activities that promote culture, their culture. And at Wilson Elementary School, they're focusing on improving the CAF scores in ELA and math. And in order to do this, they're going to be hiring 2 teachers on assignment to provide targeted interventions in ELA and math.
So the final piece of the LCAP are the LCAP local indicators. And so if you notice on the dashboard, you'll see areas where it says standard met on some of the local indicators. And so, so this will come on the next board agenda as a report item rather than an action item. And so priority 1 is teachers, instructional materials, and facilities, and that's our Williams visit. And so all of these priorities we have standard met. Priority 2 is implementation of state academic standards, and that's basically, are we providing, do we have updated textbooks and things like that and have we implemented the state standards? Priority 3 is parent involvement and family engagement, and we do this through a survey, and so the survey information will be within the local indicator report. And then priority 6 is school climate, and that's our school climate survey as well, and information for that. And then priority 7 is access to a broad course of study. And this area basically, does a student have the classes they need in order to advance to the next grade level and to graduate from high school? And so the only areas where we have a difference in access to courses might be some AP classes that some schools have over others as far as interest level, and CTE courses where we have kind of a regional approach in the district because you don't want the same thing at the same site. But we have open enrollment, so students can choose a different site, and so that allows us to meet the standard. And so just in closing, a couple of things. Again, this is a new 3-year plan. As you take a look at the LCAP, you'll notice, I just want to mention a couple of things. The beginning of it is our budget overview for parents, and then after that, it looks like the LCAP begins. So the first part of that first part is the annual update, and what that is actually the ending of this last 3 years. And so if you go past that and you keep going, you'll see the new 2024 to 27 LCAP. And so that's kind of how it's broken down through that, and then all the budget tables below and instructions. And so we're committed to implementing this LCAP just as always, and just want to really thank everyone. It's a 187-page document that's full of a lot of work by everybody in the district. And so I want to acknowledge that. Thank everybody. Thank Director Murphy for supporting the work this year. And also just kind of recognize, I'd really like to recognize too a couple of our people, our IT support for data, and then our data coordinators within our Ed Services Department, Robin Rickerhart and Paul Lucero. Normally everybody gets emails from me that says LCAP data needed. And throughout the year, everyone in each, and all the departments, directors get those, and they're very good at getting information back fairly quickly. This year we had some data that kind of came in or that we didn't know till the end that we needed, and so a couple days last week before this was due, they were getting LCAP info needed ASAP. And so some of the data was hard to get, and so I just want to thank them for their efforts in doing that. And then we have our website, or our email address there. Between now and the final adoption in 2 weeks, you might find small tweaks. We have sent our draft to the county, and hopefully they'll get us feedback in these 2 weeks so we can make any changes they want. In the past, we've had to wait till the end of summer, and we go back and forth in end of July and August to try to complete anything that's missing. And so we've been doing that all along this year. And so the hope is that on the 20th, assuming we get their feedback before then we'll have the actual final LCAP and we can start to publish it out. And so that's what we're looking forward to having. So, and that's it. And before we turn it over to budget, we want to just ask you if you have any questions for us there that we can answer.
Any questions from the board? Yes, Bertha.
First of all, I want to thank you so much for working on this. I know it's been laborious, and I really appreciate your attention to detail, attention to the groups, and keeping what's important. And I had a few questions regarding the professional development. This is folded into the LCAP, correct? The professional development? No, I'm talking.
So there are different areas within the LCAP that have professional development in that, but we also have remember this is not our only fund, so we also have grants and things like that.
Okay, that would cover that. Okay, and then the differentiated assistance also, is that going to continue into next year and identifying the kids and?
Basically, the two groups that went in this year, English learners and special education, there it's a 2-year, you have to they stay in for 2 years. In the past, last year we had African-American students in foster youth, and they came out after 1 year. Now it is a 2-year, they stay in for 2 years. We track the growth for 2 years and set actions for them and set priorities for them. And then each year with the dashboard, you could have other subgroups coming in, and then they would just come in as the new 2-year groups. And so throughout the year, we're meeting. I have probably biweekly calls with our county person that checks in on where we're at with the plan that we had for the groups that are in differentiated assistant. And so we've been able to keep up with those calls and the work that similar to last year, walkthroughs for our ELs and empathy interviews. And so we've been able to do that and complete the work that we needed to before the school year ended.
And I want to thank you for all the work that you put into this, and I'm very, very happy with what's in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bertha. Yes, Israel.
I also wanted to say thank you. I was looking at the 187-page report, and it's very detailed. Very good work, Juan. We spoke earlier. I know he's part of that team over there. It's very well detailed. I love the way it's broken down. It makes sense, and thank you. Please thank your team for all their hard work on this. I know it's not easy trying to make sure everything is to point, and I really appreciate all the hard work that your team has done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Israel. Dan.
Again, very comprehensive, and I appreciate it. And there's lots built into this, and I know that you'll be providing us with updates. And a lot of what we do here, obviously, is data-driven, and we'd like to see those results. And ultimately, it is the results that we're looking for. That's the measure by which we'll be able to determine whether we're successful or not, the performance of our students academically. So looking at test scores, looking at progress. But what I've found, and I think what we've discovered along the way here, though, is that rather than waiting, because that's typically the end, right? Okay, so we've gone through the year, and these are the test results, and we either hit our mark or didn't. Along the way, though, I know that we'll appreciate getting updates, and there are certain things that we've identified that aren't necessarily going to be easily articulated through data. And I'm thinking predominantly, parent involvement, family engagement, and school climate. And those probably have the largest impact on a student's success, and it's difficult to quantify those things. I would be very interested in not only hearing from leadership, but from folks that are involved in this process, even more anecdotal, so I hate to call them stories, but really what we're talking about. So the experiences. So what are you seeing on the ground? What are we experiencing on our campuses and with our schools? And I'll give an example. A little while back, we had an opportunity to talk to some of our counselors that came. It was a presentation on another item, but we took the opportunity, and this was shortly after coming back from COVID, and saying, okay, since we have you here, counselors, what are you seeing and experiencing with our students? And they were pretty candid in saying, we're realizing that our students are not adjusting well socially to having been gone for an entire year. You left as a sixth grader, you're coming back, and all of a sudden you're an eighth grader, and you're acting like a sixth grader. That was one of the most informative and helpful, very simple explanations as to what our folks are seeing on the ground that help us, I think, make good decisions. And so I'd like to ask that we incorporate that in those presentations for us as school board members, in hearing and seeing what are the barriers for our parents and our families to be involved. Is it language? Is it time? Not able to get to these meetings because they happen, in the evening or during the day. Whatever it might be, there could be, and I'm sure there are lots of different barriers, but I think we'd like to hear that and want to hear, even if it's not school related. It could be housing. It could be access to health care and insurance. It could be a variety of things, and I'm sure it is, that are impacting our students' success. So, and the same thing with school climate, those intangibles that they're feeling on our campuses, whether they feel anxiety, whether they feel like it's difficult to interact with other students, whether they feel safe or not. Those are things that we want to hear, and we'll only hear, I think, along the way if we really ask and invite the people to come and share with us what they're seeing and hearing, whether they be teachers, whether they be counselors, whether they be classified staff. But I'd appreciate, in a strategic way, hearing those stories as well, in addition to the data that we'll be getting. So I know that was a long-winded sort of request, but I think that's important for us to hear too. So if it's, if that's, I hope others feel the same way, and if so, then I'd like to see if we can see that incorporated in future presentations.
Okay, hold on a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to see if Dan's asking for consensus.
Asking for consensus, and that would simply be, that would be the request as you put together these presentations and updates, that's incorporated into that. So that would be my request.
So how do you feel, Joanne? Bertha? Pat? Yes. Okay. Well, we got consensus on that, just to make sure. Okay.
I just want to
Pat.
say I agree with Board Member Flores. I know we brought up before that problem where parents were family engagement and how do we get them to come to meetings. And one of them was even our DLAC parents, who are the most involved parents, in our district, and even they were having issues. So then we started having the meetings in person and also online. And so if they couldn't make it, they could still be a part of the meeting. And I think those kind of accesses are very important because I know some of our schools have problems getting parents to their DLAC meetings, and maybe something like that, that if we could have those options available for them. So I think that's a good idea for us to find out what those barriers are and what can we do, like we did with DLAC, to make them not a barrier. So thank you for bringing that, Board Member Flores.
Good. Any other questions? Joanne, no? Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Fromm.
Evening.
Good evening.
Right. We are here tonight to present our proposed 24-25 adopted budget. We're going to tag team this here with me and the real star of fiscal, Maria Manda here. She's the key, her and her team. Let's give her and Juan and her whole team a round of applause first.
Yeah, all right.
Also to Juan, he's given up his Thursday night to come hang out to celebrate Mr. Flores' birthday. That's why he's truly here. So I'm turning it over. We're going to alternate slides.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Miranda, Executive Cabinet, staff members, and community members. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to present on the 2024-25 proposed budget. The first step in the budget process is estimating and updating our current year financials. For 23-24, the estimated actuals include a 6% ongoing salary increase and a 3% off-schedule bonus. Additionally, they incorporate current revenue projections, projected spending through the rest of the fiscal year, final enrollment numbers, and the district's average daily attendance.
This is a very important slide here. We always hear the word COLA, right? So a year ago, we were up here, and the COLA for this next coming year, 24-25, was projected to be 3.94. And then the fall hit, and the revenues weren't coming in as expected, and the LOA projected it was going to drop to 1.27. And then around the first of the year, when Governor released his proposal, his initial proposal for the 24-25, it came in below 1% at 0.76, but it's locked in now at 1.07. That's a huge impact not only on our multi-year projections, but any district in the state of California. So here's what I mean by that. So this slide is very important here too as well. So if you look on the far left there, that is the COLA from last year, 8.22. Now, we don't like to talk about percentages, we like to talk about dollars, because that's what we bring into the district. We don't bring in percentages, we bring in money in dollars, and this is how it affects us. So as you can see last year, the COLA being 8.22, the column on the left shows the dollars in, and the column right next to it is our expenses. So we're bringing in more money than our expenses that we incur each year. Step in column, inflation, special ed contribution. So next column there is 24-25 is a COLA 1.07. And like I said, we're gonna talk dollars, not percentages. As you can see there on the left, the money coming in is not enough to support our expenses that are growing. And this isn't just a Colton problem, this is a state of California problem, especially if you're a district with declining enrollment. And then you go across with the projected COLA for 25-26 is just a little bit below 3%. Once again, not enough to cover the increased expenses that we incur just from growth of step and column inflation, and once again, the special ed contribution. And then the second year out, which is 26-27, COLA is projected to go to 3.08, but still not enough dollars to cover growing expenses here in the district.
This slide details the LCFF revenue changes from 2023-24 to 2024-25. There is a projected decrease of $7.9 million in base funding, which is the district's primary source of funding for our staffing cost as well as our operational cost. The base funding projections include the 1.07% COLA and is funded on a 3-year average for ADA. However, LCAP supplemental and concentration grant dollars, which are geared towards improving student outcomes, are increasing by $2.3 million. This is giving the district a total projected LCFF revenue of $281.9 million. Below the chart is a breakdown of the 2024-25 LCFF revenue, with base funding projected to be $205.1 million and LCAP funding projected to be $76.8 million.
My bad, hit the wrong button.
Okay, so it's this slide. Yeah, there you go.
This is probably one of the most important slides in the slide deck because this deals with enrollment and average daily attendance. Now, the top line there on the far left there shows what our actual enrollment were in the years 2017 through 23-24 this past year. And then the yellow is what it's projected to be. The line below parallel is the students that are showing up to school. As you've heard me speak over the past year and a half, California is one of 6 states that funds you on the kids that show up. However, the top line, we have to staff and prepare for enrollment based that they're all going to show up in that. So we all know we're in declining enrollment here and that. The good news on this slide is the declining enrollment and the actual students showing up is paralleling, which is good. But we want to close that gap. And where we can, every percentage we can close that gap will bring over $1 million back to the district. And that's why we have our campaigns, our 95% getting kids to school, and that is very important. Ultimately, you want to get 100, but that's never going to happen, right? Kids get sick, people get sick in that. And there's still a little bit of talk at the state level of enrollment funding, but it's not quite there yet. And the remarks that they say that comes back of why they're not so much going to do it. We know it's a cost issue, right? But also they keeps coming back, well, what's the incentive for kids to come to school if we're paying the schools for the kids enrolled in that? I don't think it's a problem in the rest of the states that don't do it that way. Kids come to school to learn and the great instruction in the classroom and that. So that's still a battle that we're fighting in here in California. No, backwards. This next slide, this is our multi-year projection and that. We only focus on the unrestricted side because that's where the impact is at. So there's some key things here I want to point out. Let's start on the left in 23-24 actuals. If you go down to the line in red there, contributions. Now I just want to point out that $41.1 million in that. That's routine restricted maintenance and special ed. However, this past year we had expiring restricted one-time dollars and we moved expenses in that. So if you look from that mark to next year's proposed budget, It's not increasing by 10 million. It's just that this past year, to free up funds and to use expiring dollars, we moved some special education costs in those funds as that. So as you go across there, 51.3 million next year is our contribution projected for special ed, is 9 million of that increase. There's a 9 million increase coming from 23 to 24 to 24-25 in special ed encroachment contribution, and it grows along. Now I want to state again, this is not a Colton problem. This is a problem throughout the whole state of California. If you would go to any school district that people are presenting at this time, you're going to see high numbers there. It's like the top one is your net, your gross pay, and then you take out this, you get your net, which is right below what the dollars we have to spend for students. The next line I want to point out to you is if you look over at the classified salary line for 23-24. It reads $25.2 million. And then you look for the adopted that we're presenting here today, it's not increasing by $16 million. Once again, we had expiring one-time funds that we moved costs into there that made that lower, which helped us in the out years as well. And that one of the things you want to do, you want to try to find expenses that you can move over to restricted funds to use those funds up, and that's where we found some salaries there that we could move over to that, use up those funds. That's why that is lower. It's not increasing 16 million to next year, and that's why I wanted to highlight that point as well. And the last point I want to highlight here is if you look all the way over to 26-27 for certificated salaries, you see 120.2 million. In the year prior, it says 116. They're not increasing by 4 million because we're growing. It's because we have salaries right now in some one-time block grant funds that are expiring in those out years, and those salaries have to come back. So that's why you see that jump there from 116.4 million to 120.2. It's because salaries that are coming on back when those one-time fund grants are expiring, and that. Our next steps, June 15th is the date for the governor to sign the budget. June 20th, we'll be back here 2 weeks from tonight for final approval for the LCAP and budget. August 15th is the date we would come back if we have 45-day budget revisions, and then September 5th, we'll be coming back to present how we actually closed the books for 23-24 to present the unaudited actuals. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Fromm? Dan?
Yeah, just a quick one. From the perspective of the governor's budget, do we expect any major changes to come between now and then when we will get a budget adoption at the state budget level? I'm just curious. I know there's a lot of talk, obviously. Because the initial announcement was, hey, it's bad, it's really bad. But the understanding was there was going to be some changes made that will soften the blow for certain departments. Schools are typically one of those that are a priority for the governor, so.
So there's a term out there, the deal that he made with, and there's some things in there, possible deferral of funds. Right now, it's looking like it might not hit the school districts, but it could, and so we'll have to be prepared with our cash flow. We're looking pretty good. Now, when you do a deferral, it's basically saying instead of giving you the money at the end of June, they give it to you in July, and it's a big savings, and that. So there's the talk there, but there's things that are being pulled out because of the deal that they made. And if you watch the May revise, he had a lot of things in there to recover attendance, like 15 minutes before school, things after school, little things like that. Even a thing for the J13 that was changed, that's all done. That was pulled out. That was part of the deal there. So those are the little things that were pulled out in that. But other than that, the deal helped out, in that. But the worst right now we're hearing is the possible deferrals and stuff like that. So more information will come. Once they finally do adopt, we put on something that we go to in July of seeing the impact of everything that's been done. And so I'll be able to give you more information once it's done, signed in July when we're hearing that. But right now, those are the only things that are really coming up in that area.
Thank you, Dan. Just a quick question, Greg. As you were talking about ADA and how we're trying to close the gap, are we at this point starting to address that, for the next school year, getting messages out to parents and the importance of going to school, obviously, but what are we doing to start addressing that now?
Well, I can't speak to that directly. I hate Dr. Ortiz always gets pulled into these, but what I do know is it's a conversation that's always happening, right? Because it is so important. Not only does it bring the dollars into schools, right? But kids can't learn if they're not at school, right? And so that's very important. Now, a percentage has gone up, and so
Yes.
when the pandemic hit, it was 91, so it's gone up too. It's just below 93, and and it's growing. So it's going to take time, and we're having continuous growth there, right? Our goal is 95. We're going to get there. Ultimately, you want to keep that go as high as you can, because the benefits are twofold, right? Number one, kids are in school and they're going to be able to learn if they're in school, and two, it brings more revenue into our district to do more things for kids.
I think one of the things that would be nice to know is, what is working right now that's helping bring students to school on a regular basis? What are the approaches are we using? What is the information we're setting out there to the parents, and the importance of doing this? And what is not working? So I think that as a board member, I would like to know, what can we do to support your efforts to try to help close that gap? Because obviously, as percentages, like Mr. Fromm said, it's $1 million per. And I think that would be really big, with the way things are now. So I know that you may not be prepared to answer that right now, but maybe it's something that we can.
But I can speak a little bit to it
Okay.
of what we kind of are doing, and we need to continue to do, and that's invest in best first instruction in the classroom, right? If the students are engaged and they have people at the school sites that care about them, they're going to come to school, right? That caring face might be the face they look forward to each day, right? So investing in best first instruction in the classroom, giving the teachers the tools they need and the support they need to teach our kids and make sure they're learning where they need to be at, and that. So those are things we constantly do when we look at where to allocate our funds. Those help, right? Because engagement shows learning and shows kids want to come to school. But I turn over to Dr. Ortiz if you want to talk about little things.
Well, before Dr. Ortiz answers, I will say that one, credit goes to our administrators at the sites who have all have campaigns throughout the year for 95. You saw some of the pictures there. So it really, first best instruction, it really starts with the sites, and communication is huge. I know that Dr. Ortiz, we started with a new program, and you can help me with the name of it in a second, that communication out to the parents of their attendance rates for the child, and if they're missing, and then our community liaisons, our attendance clerks at the high schools. I mean, it's a big, wide, or a district-wide effort. The vision, clear, go to school, have fun, learn, we're coming back. We saw a significant increase this year. We're not going to stop there. I've also made it clear our goals for this year: 95% attendance rate. We're shooting, and we're going to continue to go up. And prioritizing Saturday school too has been had a big impact in pushing that out. And so I think it boils down to communication to our parents, and I think, again, to the sites. And we made recognitions, or we recognize our school sites, thanks to Chrissy Badia and her team. We do that on a monthly basis. We give big trophies out. We make it fun. I know our principals this year has been that big emphasis. We'll continue to do that. Of course, our Tomorrow's Leaders event, which plays a big role in this at the end of the year, to recognize students. And I mean, we give away a car, which is huge incentive for our students to come to school every single day. But I love what Mr. Franz said. It's all about instruction and making engagement. And that's where it needs to start, and that's been our focus this year, thanks to our focus on teaching and learning. So you've seen that cultural change for sure. Anything you want to add, Anthony or Dr. Ortiz?
No, thank you, Dr. Marana. No further comment. No, I think you said it all, Dr. Miran. And actually, Mr. Ibarra, the team and I were meeting yesterday to talk about kind of do an analysis of what we've done. And like you said, what's working, what's not. But I do know that we ended last year at 90.99% ADA. This year we're ending at 92.25, so that's great. Last year we ended at 35.63 of chronic absenteeism. We'll end this year at 26.69. So a lot of the work, and like I said, Dr. Miranda said it, is all the principals, teachers, the school sites, but Ms. Padilla and her team have done an amazing job with our community liaisons, home visits. We had a number of SARB meetings, and I think Ms. Padilla mentioned this today. We had every parent show up to the SARB meeting, which is not always, those are the parents that don't go to school, let alone come to a SARB meeting. But they did. Our probation officer doing checkups after the SARB, I think, because it's not just the SARB meeting, it's the follow-up after. Our home visits, our incentives, we do the September campaign, and then we do one in I think, mid-year. So a lot of those things we're just analyzing right now to see what did work, what was most effective. But you can, by the numbers, what we're doing is working, and it's a credit to everyone out there.
Yes, I just want to congratulate everyone that's playing a part in making this happen, because the percentage going up 2%, it's big. It's big. One of the things I can't help our director of cafeteria. And the only reason why I noticed her, and as we were talking, one of the things that drives students is great breakfasts. And, I don't know about the fact of advertising what our breakfast is on a daily basis, because I know that if you see something on TV, that looks good, it sticks in your mind. What's the next thing you do? On the way to work, you're swinging in and you're grabbing it and eating it. But things that, talking about additional incentives, maybe, taking a look at advertising a little bit more, pancakes, bacon, and eggs, this type of stuff. Things that would attract students to say, I want to go to school, I want to go get that breakfast. Because once they're on that grounds, guess what? We got attendance. And so, I don't know, it's just hit me because I'm watching her diligently on her phone out there. But it makes sense to me, because I used to hear that all the time with students. I came to school today because what the cafeteria was making today, and so forth. I've heard that before.
Mr. Barr, you make a great point, and something that I'm going to be bringing forward next year is a student group, representative from each high school and middle school to meet with us to see what they're thinking, right? Things like that. What type of things you want to see in your meals? What type of things you want to see? What type of things can we do for the facilities and to make them cleaner and things like that, to hear the voice of the students and stuff like that, So that's something we're going to step up next year, because you're absolutely right. Those little things like that bring kids to school. The littlest things like that, right? Do those things in that. So I thank you for bringing that point up.
Yeah, even juicers, fresh juice. If you go to a restaurant, you see is that going to be fresh orange juice? Definitely you ask for it. So yes, sir.
Just a couple of things, Mr. Ibarra. Dr. Miranda mentioned a system, the raw weed, the board approved a few months back for a new attendance monitoring system, which takes a lot of the legwork out of what we're kind of doing manually right now. So we know that will make a difference. And then right now we have our enrollment center going on. Last year when we had our summer enrollment center, we had 120 enrollees. Right now I think we're at 25, so that we're at a good start, and feel confident that as we put more information out there, we're housing right now here at 900. And then the last week, it's a 3-week enrollment center. We'll be at Ruth O, just to accommodate those parents on that side of the district. So we'll update the board on things that we're putting together and make sure that we update, like Mr. Flores said, along the way to let you know where we are. So.
Yes, Joanne, please.
This comment is thank you to Dr. Miranda and to Dr. Ortiz. I feel very strongly that, agree with everything that's been said about communication with families. And sometimes when we I think, doubled our number of SARB meetings and contracts this year. Sometimes parents really understand how important it is and the ramifications if kids don't go to school. And I honestly, I don't know the numbers, but I would bet a lot of our increase has been because we've held so many more SARB contracts. And I hope and pray that we're going to continue to do that to every next year and years to come, because kids need to be in school and parents need to get the message. Sometimes it's the problem at home that we don't know about, and those meetings bring a lot of information to the table that we might be able to help with that they didn't know they could ask us for some assistance. So I'm grateful that we are doing more of that this year, and I hope we continue to do that because it's really a critical part of kids coming to school.
Thank you, Mr. Ornella. And I think that's been the focus of the SARB meetings. I think in the past it's been more with a punitive perspective, but we come with it from how can we help. So I've sat in on a couple of SARB meetings to watch it happen. And like I said, we have an amazing probation officer, Lorraine Aleman, who follows up with those families who come through. So it's just, you know, I've said it before, it's those personal connections and everything that the school sites are doing to follow up and check in, and the board's commitment to elementary counselors at every school site. Those things matter because it's not just always, like you said, it's not the academics. Sometimes there's a lot of social, emotional, or other lower needs.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Dr. Miranda, what gets monitored gets done. That's my motto. Right, Jason? Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Israel.
Yeah, just a quick comment. First of all, thank you for the presentation. This is great. And it is true. The incentives that are out there, you know, I go out to the schools and I see all the things that are going on. And I really, really appreciate what our administrators are doing, what our teachers are doing too, getting the students to come into school. Excuse me, I appreciate what Dr. Ortiz, Dr. Miranda are doing too, getting out there also and talking to parents, letting them know. You know, I go out there, and for example, there's a great example. You brought in the breakfast thing, and so I was out there Friday of last week before at Bloomington High School, and I had breakfast with about 25 students. I didn't know they wanted me there. All I knew was my daughter said, "Hey, Dad, can you come to school on Friday and hang out with us for a little bit?" And I go, "Yeah, no problem." And so I went and got breakfast from the cafeteria. And I got me a little pancake sausage, I guess it's a sandwich. So it's a mini pancake, a little sausage in the middle. And a lot of the students didn't even know that that was available there. And I said, "You guys don't eat breakfast?" I go, "Yeah, we come to school, but..." And so 20 or so students just stood up, walked into the cafeteria and grabbed that. And they were like, "Wow, this is good. And now we're seniors and we're graduating and we're missing out on this." So I think that marketing incentive, too, of getting the students to come in and have breakfast would be a way to get students in. And I think the lunch, the breakfast, you know, some parents don't know that we serve, I think it's Papa John's or something like that, and Panda Express and all these type of food that comes into our district. Of course, you know, Ed Code, you know, the brown rice and all of that, wheat-based bread and all that. But I think if we were to advertise some of this stuff a little more like Mr. Ibarra said, I think our students would show up to school a little more sometimes. And there's great incentives out there. I've seen awards given away. We give away the car. We give away, I think there's gift cards that are being given away also. I mean, there's great incentives out there, and I really, really appreciate that. I think, like Mrs. Sorin Ojeda said, you know, when we monitor things, things get done. And I really, really appreciate Dr. Miranda, Dr. Ortiz, and all of our administrators and staff out in the field for doing such a great job. That's the reason we had that 2% increase. And if we can get it to the 97% increase, I always tell the staff, 95 is good, but if we can go 2 more than that, that would be the best thing we could ever do. And because we need to have our students in school. That's the key, having the kids in school. And we're gonna treat them, the best we can. We're gonna feed them well. We're gonna teach them well, because what we want them to do when they graduate from our district is to succeed and move on into those careers, because they are the future of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. And if there's no other questions, anything else you need to offer, Greg? No?
No, just happy birthday, Mr. Flores.
Okay. Thank you for the report, and thank you for the discussion, everybody. Very good.
We're having cake after one.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on. We're looking at action item 6.1 through 6.64. We're going to pull 6.4 for separate consideration. And if there's any others that anybody would like to pull, if not, I'd entertain a motion for approval, please.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second that.
Okay. Thank you, Bertha. And thank you, Israel. All right. If there's no questions on any of these items, I have a motion by Board Member Bertha Flores and second by Board Member Israel Fuentes to approve action items 1.6 through 6.1 rather, through 6.64, with the exception of 6.4. All those in favor indicate by stating aye.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
6.13, I'm really excited to see this on there for Colton High School. And I'm just wondering, yeah, I'm really excited about that, to see that added to their curriculum for next year. But I was wondering, are we planning on offering any other languages at any of the other high schools? Because I know, I mean, we offer Spanish, right? Okay, because, you know, Bloomington had a very robust German program for many, many years, and many students have gone on to actually use that, the 4 years of German that they had to get jobs, because, you know, like with the State Department and things like that. And so, and then we were unable to find a teacher for it, and then we just let it go. So I just think it's really important that we look at languages that are important to what the economy has right now. What languages are, you know, being looked at for jobs in the future? Because I think it's really important that all of our schools have a balance of languages, because, you know, most of our students are enrolled in Spanish. Okay, but we serve a mostly Spanish-speaking community, so we need to be giving them other offers, you know, other things to pick from. And I think the Chinese, that's fabulous, but I think we need to be able to offer other things to the other schools as well. So I just wanted to bring that up, that, you know, we need to keep that in.
Oh, that's a very good point. And then, you know, with that thought, though, you know, there could be other students from other high schools interested in taking the Chinese class as well. I think it was a couple years ago, my son was at Cone High, and he taught the Chinese course, actually. And he said that there was a really great interest in a lot of Cone High School students for Chinese. And so I remember that. Yes, sir.
Question, do we work with any of the colleges on another language? Like what's the program now? I'm trying to remember, I can't remember. Like an after-school type thing for them to learn an additional language? Oh, the dual enrollment, that's right, okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember. I know there's opportunities. I know my daughter, the one that graduated a couple years ago, took sign language as another language. And so that would be something to think about, doing sign language too.
On the agenda, way it goes, are some concurrent enrollment, then one of them is taking American Sign Language.
Okay, yeah, I
How
saw
do we
that.
market the languages for dual enrollment, though? How do the students know that that is offered, that they could take whatever language they want and do dual enrollment to get credit? But are they promoting something like that? I mean, is it just the kind of like, you know, well, we have Spanish and we have French, and this is what you get, or do they even say, but you also have this option? I'm just, you know, because it's easy to offer what we have, but, you know.
They have the full option of of what we can offer at each school, so they have that to provide to students. So to say, are they, I can.
Yeah,
get
I know.
Information for them.
Right. Okay, I just want to see that, I just want to see this opportunity, you know, because I brought it up because of the Chinese that, you know,
Yeah, because this year we had two girls at Bloomington High School who got the trilingual. So
Yes.
really
yes.
good to hear, yeah. So for them to have two languages, I'm pretty sure they went on an either a dual enrollment type thing. And my daughter didn't finish the sign language, but she got the biliterature, but I told her to continue on that when she would go to college. But the opportunity, I think we just need to advertise a little more, maybe have our counselors talk to them a little more about it, so.
One of the things we discussed today at our meeting was providing that AP test to some of our bilingual students that are in a dual immersion and providing that at the 9th grade level.
Okay.
So they have the ability to take another language.
Cool.
So that's something we have been talking about. We just had this discussion today in our planning meeting for next year.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Israel. Thank you, Pat, for bringing the discussion up. Also, just to add to that, as we take a look at getting the information out, you know, if I was a parent, I would want to know that information. What are the options? Because we know that our students are going to be required to take a language. You know, some parents, you know, are interested in seeing their children do more than one, and that, you know, we need to get that information out somehow. Okay. So with that, I do have a motion by Bertha Flores, second by Board Member Israel Fuentes. And all those in favor indicate by stating aye. Aye. Anyone oppose? Anyone abstain? Okay, so at this point, on a motion by Board Member Bertha Flores, second by Israel Fuentes, and carried on a 6-0 vote, the board approve action items 6.1 through 6.64, with the exception of 6.4. At this time, we'll go to 6.4, which is the adoption of resolution number 24-76 on board compensation for missing meeting, Thorin Ojeda. So I will entertain a motion for that.
Second.
Motion by Pat Haro and second by Israel Fuentes. Okay. So on a motion by Pat Haro and second by Board Member Israel Fuentes, this is to approve the adoption of resolution number 24-76. All those in favor indicate by stating aye. Aye. Anyone oppose? Any abstain?
Abstain.
So on a 5-0-1, with the abstention being Joanne Thorin Ojeda. Joanne, thank you. Okay. Yes, please. Yes.
I know that we do offer the concurrent enrollment for sign language at Valley College, but, and Jason, I don't want to put you on the spot, but we offer, one of our other districts through CRI-ROP, we offer sign language. And I'm just speaking out loud that, is that something that we could?
So we do have at Bloomington High School, it is one of our dual enrollment classes. I just got a text from, so we do have students taking that. At the moment, within our agreement, we're maxed out on the classes with what we were able to do.
Okay, that makes total sense. I just thought we would have more.
The ability of, when you add more classes at this point, because we're dropping enrollment, you want to, as teachers are leaving, those are things that we would look at in those areas. And so with a drop in enrollment, with other, when you talk about ethnic studies coming in and financial literacy coming in the future, it's going to be hard to fill electives as it is moving forward. So we have to, I think, look to when teachers transition out of those retire or move on, what we can fill those spots with, and that would be some of the new options there.
Then I agree we need to really market more that we do have the dual enrollment, because I honestly don't think our students are aware of it like they should be. I mean, I'd be curious to find out, how many students do we have at each of the high schools that are doing dual enrollment? I mean, because that would tell us the story, because,
Get you the information.
yeah, that'd be great.
About what we are doing and what's offered and.
That'd be perfect. Okay, great, thank you so much.
Okay, let's go ahead and move right into 7.0, which is our administrative reports. I will go through the 7.1. If anybody has any questions, please let me know. Approval of disbursements. Item 7.2, approval of change order for Cone High School CTE Culinary Arts project per board resolution number 23-74. There are no facilities updates at 7.3. And that leads me to 7.4, which is ACE update. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Good evening. We are thankful for a successful end to the 23-24 school year, and we're now fully immersed into summer school. I was going to ask where my summer school teachers were with me, and I think there was this mass exodus, but Gigi's back there with me. There tomorrow. We're hopeful that this opportunity will allow some of our secondary students to make up some missing credits and get ahead, and for our elementary students to give them that boost and that confidence to be as prepared as possible for the next grade level. We had a bit of a rough 23-24 school year with the DOJ mandates, and we're super thankful for the collaboration that helped us take a perfect storm and put it down to some rough seas. Part of that was the commitment and the dedication and the protection of collaboration time. It was essential as teachers undertook the task of lesson plans. We've always done lesson plans. It's always been part of what we were supposed to do, but the detail that was required in lesson plans did several things. I saw greater collaboration amongst teachers than I had in many years because it was a task too big to really take on yourself. And I think that that brought great things. Next year, we're going into another phase. Many of us thought, I think falsely, that what we started with, that this was it. This was the key, this is all we were going to do, and we figured this out and smooth sailing. The next year, we are really diving into looking at the differentiation. While we targeted differentiation as one of our 6 items this year, going forward, we're really looking at spelling out and detailing that you have a bridging student or an emerging student, and how am I really going to make this same lesson different for all of them? And I know that teachers are feeling like it's another big ask. Not that they don't do it, but to detail it and put it in their plans, it's another hurdle to go through. So I'm asking really intently that we look at really protecting that collaboration time and giving them that opportunity. I saw I've been in the district 31 years, and I saw true growth in the amount of collaboration, and I think that that was key to the success that we brought. So I'm asking that that be something we really look at continuing. I was thankful to be here tonight to celebrate our retirees. I've walked the CJUSD journey with many of them for 31 years, and I'm thankful for all that they have taught me and mentored me. I hear YouTube is great for learning how to reset your alarm clock to enjoy sleeping in. Thank you for being here tonight to complete our sunshine obligations, and we look forward to negotiating and strengthening the language of our collective bargaining agreement. I pray we all have a safe and restful summer. After only being home 10.5 days last summer, I learned the value of rest and being in the best place to start a school year. So that is my wish for all of you. I know you work hard through the year, so take that time to rest.
Thank you. CSCA representative? Welcome.
I just wanted to say thank you for approving the reclass. And other than that, we don't have any updates, but we should have our sunshine soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MAC update. Thank you very much. ROP, Pat?
Excuse me. I just want to bring up about the solar boat challenge. I know I was there on Saturday in the morning, and excuse me, I'm so sorry. And Israel was there on Sunday, and our kids did an amazing job. This is only the second year that our Colton High School students have participated in it. Last year, it was kind of a last-minute thing, and for a last-minute thing, they came in 7th place, and that was pretty darn good for, you know, out of 11 schools to get that far. And we were very proud of them. But this year, they came in 4th place in their second year, and they won for best workmanship on their boat. And when you looked at that boat, it was amazing what they did and how they put that together. And I think, and the key when I spoke to their instructors, it was, you know, the automotive department helped out with whatever they needed to fix a gear or fix this, fix that, steam, of course, and the welding department. And they were just all there on site and ready to help out with, well, not welding, but with any last minute changes. I know after the first race, they realized, you know what, we put in the wrong gear, we need to change it out. So they were up there racing before their next race to change the gear and do whatever they had to do. And it was just fascinating to watch them and just to be there to support them. So I just want to make a shout out to the, even though it's the end of the school year, I just wanted to because it was just really great. And it really, to me, it just showed the importance of collaboration, you know, because all those teachers working together and with those students, it was just a really amazing thing to see. And my husband was very impressed with it because he's in automotive, and he was just looking at all the stuff they did and how they welded and asking all these questions, you know, and the kids were just like spot on with all their answers, and that was just, it was wonderful, and I just wanted to bring that up. I want to also, I just have a question. In the past, I want to thank everyone, all the principals for the graduations. They were all fabulous. They were wonderful. No issues. They were all just great and went off without a hitch, and they were beautiful. And the middle school promotions also went off without a hitch. They were great. And the only question I had in regards to the middle school ceremonies was in the past we would do the high schools, well, we would do one high school, Colton High School, the week before, and then we'd come back from the break, and we would do the other two high schools Tuesday and Thursday, and then, or Tuesday and Wednesday, and then Thursday we would do our promotion ceremonies for the middle schools. And we would always do, you know, 2 and 2. And I know the 2 I always go to obviously are out in the area that I represent, and one would be at 8:30, and then one would be at 10. So and then like in the morning, say it would be Rome's, and then at 10 it would be Joe Baca. And then the next year they would flip. Joe Baca would be first and Rome's would be second. And this year, for some reason, we switched it and we only had one on Thursday. And so I was curious as to why we changed it, because I know myself, I know Mr. Fuentes, on the Friday when we didn't have any middle school promotions, we would go to 6th grade promotions, or we would go to, you know, a kinder promotion to show support to those teachers as well. And with only having the one Joe Baca that one day, and then then on Friday we had Ruth O'Harris, or no, the other way around. I don't know. Yeah, it was the other way around. But you get what I'm saying, is that it kind of made it so that we couldn't support as many teachers as possible. So I just wanted to get the rationale with changing that, because, you know, we all try to get to as many sites as we can, and especially at, you know, promotion and graduation time, we want to support as many staff as possible for all their hard work. So I just wanted to, if we could please just kind of find out why we made the change, I would appreciate that. And then the last thing I have been speaking to our VAPA teachers and working along with them for many years. And we did the Strategic Arts Plan proposal in 2023 with our former superintendent. And looking through it, you know, we've made a lot of progress on our VAPA, and I'm happy for that. I'm actually quite thrilled for it. But I was a little, I'm very disappointed in the fact that I'm happy that we're finally looking into getting someone who will actually be in charge of the VAPA program, because it needs to have someone who knows what VAPA is all about. And when I looked at the posting and saw that it says education and experience, an associate's degree in a visual or performing arts or related field, 3 or more increasingly responsible working in a visual arts program. Okay. Had a student who graduated from Bloomington High School and just graduated from college with a degree in stagecraft. She says, hey, I can apply for that. I had 4 years of stagecraft at Bloomington, and I had 4 years in college. I could apply for this position. But no, that's not what we're looking for. We need somebody who knows the arts. So I started, when I read that and saw that this is, you know, what this page, this document and the requirements is not what is needed for this program. So I dug a little further, and I got the job description of a coordinator of visual and performing arts from Fontana Unified. Their requirements are 3 pages long. And same thing from Moreno Valley Unified School District, Corona School District. I contacted 4 schools to get their information, because this is a Band-Aid. This is not gonna work. There is no, if you look at TCAP, the California Arts Project, and you look at anything to do with VAPA, there is no position in visual and performing arts that is a classified position, not a one. So why would we put a VAPA coordinator as, with this kind of requirements? It's like, to me, it says we don't care about the program. Because it's, when you look at what they require in other districts, Bachelor of Arts or Master's Arts degree preferred, and what their assignments and what their duties are, having to know what the VAPA standards are, helping to help with developing programs for these teachers, working collaboratively with them. None of that is here. So what is this person gonna do? I would like to find out, what is this person gonna do? Because when you look at what a true VAPA coordinator does, this is not it. This is not it. This is a waste of spending our money, because this is what we need to really have a robust program that we care about. And what was outlined in this strategic plan that we worked so hard on, seeing that breaks my heart, because this is not what this was about. And I wanted to bring it up to find out what happened. Okay? Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll go to Israel. Anything on ROP?
Yes, I was there on Sunday, like Ms. Harrell said, and it was incredible to see the students. As they were sharing with me, the young man that was in charge of the mechanics of it, the young man that was in charge of the solar, the young man that was in charge of guiding the boat, the young lady that was in charge of driving the boat, they knew exactly what they had to do, and it was incredible to see that. I was one of the 3 judges who actually judged on the workmanship of the boats. So I got to see all of the boats, and each of the students from the different schools, they knew their boats too. They were very well. They knew exactly what they were doing. They were sharing with me as I was voting. I had maybe like 10 different things I had to vote on their craftsman, the workmanship of the boat. And there was 2 other board members from, I think, Redlands and Yucaipa that were there also doing the judging. And it was just amazing the work that these kids did. And a lot of them were already talking, a lot of the juniors that'll be there next year, that are going to be seniors next year, they're already talking, hey, we're going to do this different, we're going to do that different, we're going to do this. And they were figuring it out. A lot of times, I guess their boat wasn't able to move at one point, and they figured it out. They got it going. And there was one boat from, I don't recall what school it was probably Rialto. That boat was just going, and man, it looked like it had an engine in it, an actual engine in it. It just kept going and going and going. But it was just amazing to see the teamwork with the teachers, the teamwork with each and every one of those students. If one couldn't figure it out, they would step back and then wait, and they're like, oh, I forgot to plug it in. And if you haven't had a chance to see, CRIROP has something called Pathways to the Future. So it's an episode. Look it up on YouTube. Just look up CRIROP, Pathways to the Future, and you'll see the different episodes. And episode 9 talks about the boat challenge. And I know Ms. Harrow's on there talking a little bit about it. And it's just an opportunity for you to see what these kids were doing. And they talk about the challenges they had. They talk about how to figure it out. The young man that was in charge of the solar panel part, he couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. And he says, I had to step back and wait. And then he forgot just to plug it in. That was it. It was just forgot to plug it in, and that was the problem. But, you know, it's amazing to see how our students are doing and working in collaboration with our auto shop, print shop, with the welding, the wood, all of that. It's just amazing to see. And you know, to see what are we going to do with all these boats once we have all these different boats from different years. Hopefully we can raffle them off and give them away to the kids or something. But because this craftsmanship, the workmanship on these boats is amazing. I'd love to have one of those and just kind of row around and fish in them. So once again, thank you. And on the Night of Excellence, I think I mentioned this last time, it was a successful Night of Excellence, an evening of excellence, I should say. It was very successful, and I want to thank also our superintendent, Dr. Engel, that's here present this evening, also for being here and also in his support. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Israel. And Dr. Engel, welcome, and thank you for being here. You have any words that you'd like to share with us?
One of the things you may not realize is you're watching the video, you see one of the students has his phone and he's holding it up to a display against the steering wheel. He was actually FaceTiming in real time with Mr. Heron, who's in another location. And so they're problem solving with the boat right there, but they're also doing it remotely. And an all hands on deck situation. First in, virtually, whatever it took to make that boat as successful as it could.
Yes. Thank you for that. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on, and we'll move right into our superintendent communique.
I'll tell you, the first slide, Dr. Engel, Ms. Harrow, Mr. Fuentes, you guys took all my thunder away here, because that first slide, I at least have a picture here for you guys to see the boat that Ms. Harrow and Mr. Fuentes and Jason have been talking about. And I think the only thing I want to add is this was sponsored by the city of Colton. They were the main sponsor, am I right, for this? So I want to thank the city of Colton for that. Water utility, yeah. And so, and another thing I'll just add is a great collaboration between CRIROP and your team, and also our Colton Joint Unified School District staff. So it's a collaborative effort, and I think that's the word of the day. So I want to recognize that. And as already mentioned, fourth place overall. 11 high schools participated, and Colton High School received the Best Workmanship Award for overall engineering and construction. And I'll tell you that that video was amazing. Wow, the students are incredible. The way they communicate, if you haven't seen the video, I urge you, encourage you. It's so inspirational. These are some very smart students that are going to go wherever they want. And I love to, I was kidding around with Dr. Engel earlier, but he looked phenomenal, like he's going on a day at the beach there with this hat. And that was awesome. I really appreciate you being there and representing, Crier Up and being out there. So it just looked like a phenomenal event. And thank you again to Ms. Haro, and you guys did an amazing job on the video too there. So thank you for that. Next slide. Just this week, I was at the Colton City Council, and there was a proclamation again, City of Colton. Thank you to Honorable Mayor Navarro and the City Council for issuing a proclamation to celebrate our teachers for everything they do in Colton, serving our students. And so they also issued a recognized, the City Council did, some of our CJUSD students. The students have participated in the SimSEF Regional Science and Engineering Fair, and that was just outstanding. So I want to thank the mayor and his staff for putting that together. And Mr. Fuentes was there, as I was, to represent our district. And just Ms. Guerrero, right, she's one of our science fair coordinators. She did an outstanding job, and just want to thank, again, the City of Colton for their continued support of our students. Mr. Navarro, or Mayor Navarro, he was one of my grandparents when I was the principal at McKinley, and always very supportive of what we did there with his outstanding family. So just an incredible human being, and thank you to the City Council. Dr. G, also, as you know, is former teacher in Colton, recognized our students. So thank you to them. And then last, just want to acknowledge and recognize our Grand Terrace High School Arts Academy. And so one of the things is that we absolutely are committed to improving our VAPA programs. And so the Arts Academy at Grand Terrace participated in the 39th annual Grand Terrace Art Show on Saturday, May 6th. So the art show recognized we have so many talented students in art. That is not one of my strengths, trust me. And so it was, the artistic talents of the Grand Terrace middle school students, high school students, and the residents of Grand Terrace participated, featured art in the categories of oil, watercolor, acrylic, collage, digital imagery, leatherwork, photos, mosaics, jewelry, and hand-painted porcelain. I don't know what half of that means, but I'm repeating that. But we had over 30 pieces. Winners, dun 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 dun, were Kyla Aguilar, Marley Mendoza, and Ethan Inez. And congratulations to them for the artwork, and to all the Grand Terrace High School Arts Academy students. So their art's being displayed at the lobby at the Grand Terrace City Hall throughout the year. So I recommend you go check it out. And with that, that is my communique this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Miranda. All right, we're going to go right into board member comments, and I'll start with Joanne.
Thank you. First of all, I want to apologize to our high school principals and students for graduation. I don't normally share a lot about myself, but I realized at the beginning of March that I belonged to a 2% club, and I wish I'd never had to be that. I had to be hospitalized 3 different times this summer, from this time, and I won't go into that, but don't ever go to the hospital, it's not fun. But I do apologize for not being there. It's one of the reasons we're here, to celebrate our kids and the things that they do. And I did miss being there. I thought about all of them. I saw the videos of some, and I just am grateful that I'm here. And I thank all the people that I did share with my concern. This is something I was born with that I didn't find out until March, that I was one of the 2%ers. And it could happen again. I hope it does never happen again. But anyway, thank you so much, and thank you mostly for all the prayers and the love and support I felt. It meant a great deal. And with that, I hope everyone has a great summer. Rest is important, and enjoy your summer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanne. Bertha.
Okay, as we end the school year, I want to say this. I've said it again and again, and I am saying it tonight. CJUSD is a very special place. I am so proud of every department in this district, what you do on a daily basis. I am proud of the classified staff. I'm proud of the teachers. I am proud, extremely proud of our educational leaders, our principals. We have incredible programs that we've grown. I mean, they have grown incredibly all these years, and these programs are great for kids. So with that, I just want to say that Colton Joint Unified School District is a place where our students thrive. So with that, I just want to say have a great summer, and thank you all.
Thank you, Bertha. Pat.
I already said
You said.
You said board member comments earlier instead of ROP, so I just went instead of my comments, so sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. Israel.
Thank you, Board President. And I also just want to say thank you to each and every one of our administrators, teachers, M&O, janitors, everyone. If I miss someone, you guys, you know who you are. You've done such a great job out there mentoring our kids every day. You know, I think Mr. Frum was saying about that person that the kids come to every day. It could be a safety officer. It could be an M&O person. It could be someone that's a janitor, someone from nutrition services that gives them the breakfast in the morning. Maybe that child wants to see that person because that person probably smiles to them. That teacher, that administrator that say, hey, how's it going, Israel? Are you having a good morning? You know, someone that acknowledges them. And a lot of times our kids need that. Someone to say, hey, what's up? You know, when I visit schools, especially when I visit the elementary schools and the kids run up to me and they give me a hug, you know, they just grab me, they grab my leg or, you know, or whatever, that just tells me a lot. It just means to me a lot. You know, even though my girls are no longer in the district, but they are a product of this district. I had one graduate this year from Bloomington High, as many of you know, and I want to just thank everyone as I'm talking about it for your words of encouragement. It was hard. Being up there, being able to speak to the class and being able to speak to her and let her know. And even after that, I sat down with her and I talked to her and I said, Mija, so I know you're moving on. I know you're going to Valley College. You're going to do the nursing program, but what other plans do you have? And a lot of times there's teachers that do that with students. They sit down with them and they talk to them and they take that time. Like I said, it could be a safety officer, it could be an M&O person, it could be someone from nutrition services, it could be one of our superintendents. I'll tell you right now that Dr. Miranda has been mentoring my daughter, Sharon. And Dr. Miranda will talk to her and say, how's it going, Sharon? How are things going? And Sharon always asks me, you know, Sharon, my younger one that graduated, says, Dad, Dr. Miranda, did he say anything today? I go, no, not today, Mija. But Dr. Miranda, he's keeping an eye on you. Even after you graduate from high school, he'll be there. He'll be there to mentor you. So I want to thank each and every one of you for what you do. One shout out I want to do is to our nutrition services. Many of you know that our nutrition services, it looks like they probably are on vacation. They're not. They actually work all year long. They're out there serving food to our kids every day and even during the summer break. During the summer break, they're out there breakfast and lunch at different locations, and they're working all year long. trying to make sure that our kids are fed, that our kids have that meal, that the kids have something that they can eat. You know, even our after-school programs, Think Together. You know, it's one of those awesome things that we as a family here, and a lot of times we refer to CJUSD as a family because we are a family. We are a familia. We work together. If you know the history of Colton Joint Unified School District, there's a lot of people that come back. There's primos and cousins and dads and moms working together with their daughters and their sons in different parts of our district. We are truly a family here at Colton Joint Unified School District, which kind of makes us a little different from other districts. When I talk to other board members from other districts, they're like, wow, you guys have something special in your district. And I go, we sure do. And not to be, you know, very out there, but we do. And when we say that CJUSD cares, we do care. We do care for each and every one of you. We do care for our students. We care for our parents. We care for everyone because our goal as a board is to make sure that your child succeeds and that you have the equipment that you need for your child to succeed every day. I think Dr. Miranda mentioned that some of our students from the SIMSEF, the engineering and science, won a recognition from the city council, and I think I also brought a picture there. I don't know if Jamal can put it up, but they were recognized, these young men and women, for doing an amazing job. You know, some of these kids got it from different organizations, got these awards, and each of their certificates mention the organization they got the awards from. And as you can see them there, these are the future of our community, of our nation, and of our world. And it was you who made sure that these kids succeeded. It was all of us. It says it takes a village, right? It takes a village, and we are the village. Also, we recognized our teachers. There was a proclamation, as you can see the teachers there. Some of them you can recognize who they are. You know, we got Mr. Mesa there from the auto shop. We got Mr. Wars from the print shop. We have our wellness coordinators in there also. And I want to thank Mr. Antonio Castro because he was also present there supporting his team. But these are the people that our kids look up to. You. You are the ones that our kids look up to every day. And I want to congratulate you for doing that. I want to congratulate you for being that person that's out there every day. You know, you welcome them, you help them, you discipline them because you want them to succeed. You know, and as a parent, I want my kids to succeed. And we do the same thing. We welcome them, we talk to them, and we discipline them. And we do it with what? We do it with love because they are our family. So thank you to each and every one of you. Take some rest. To our nutrition department, keep working hard because you're making a difference in that life. Again, to the board, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity for always to be here to serve because I am your servant. And I will be here until the Lord says no more. But I love working with each and every one of you. Have a great summer. Enjoy your time off. And I know our nutrition is working, but if you guys can get a couple of days off, take it. Go have that margarita or whatever you're going to do. Enjoy it. God bless everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Israel. Dan.
I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that we did lose a member of our Colton Joint Unified School District family in early May. Some of you may remember John Kitchen, who was a teacher at Colton High. Actually, John was born and raised in Colton. He was a Colton guy, graduated Colton High in 1990, same year as my sister, and in 1997 came back to teach at Colton High. I'm looking around the room. Some of you were there in 97, I think, and probably remember John, a young John Kitchen, and was just a beloved teacher, a huge advocate for AVID, very active, involved as a teacher, AVID teacher, coordinator, was known for being a cheerleader for his students, fighting for his students to get scholarships to go to college, did a lot for first-generation students to go to college. He had to retire in 2015 because he was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. And after a 9-year battle at the age of 51, which is incredibly young, he passed on May 8th. So just wanted to take a moment, here at the end of open session, if we could just take a few seconds to, in silence and memoriam, and close today's meeting in his honor. I think that would be wonderful. And if you knew John, and I think there's still folks in the district here who did, just please take a moment to say a prayer, maybe a kind word if you happen to know other colleagues who will know, because it's one of those things where I think there's, it hasn't quite gotten out there a whole lot yet. I just learned about it myself recently. But they did make it public and are letting folks know. But as always, we want to honor the folks. And I have no doubt, if not for his illness, he would still be teaching. I mean, he would have been one of those guys that would have done 40 years in the district. He absolutely loved teaching, and he loved teaching at his alma mater. And again, his passion for this district and for teaching students was infectious. So again, I almost don't know what to say because it's definitely too soon. But if we could close in his memory, I think that would be appropriate. And I thank you all for keeping him and his family in thought and prayer. So,
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, I remember John too. Real nice guy. Okay. First of all, I just want to start off by just congratulating all the high schools, middle schools, graduation promotions, the elementary schools for all the events that they hosted. I think that everything went excellent. And I think that as I'm taking a look at all the family members and the graduates, they were all pleased with the events. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank all those who were involved in making this work, because one of the things that people have to remember are great events like graduations and promotions. These are things that they'll never forget. And I think that we as a district did everything we could to make it as memorable as we possibly could. So just my thank you to everybody, because as I took a look around and I saw all the people that were participating, it took the whole district to make this work in some way. So thank you to everybody. Also just want to say to everybody, thank you for this last school year. Excellent job. You know, look forward already to this next school year coming up. And I know that because we're a Cone Joint Unified School District, and I truly believe that we like to do it better than everybody else, that we will continue following that model and continuing to try to provide not only our students, the community, the staff, with the best possible educational experience that they possibly could get. So with that, since our Vice President Dan Flores brought it up, I'd like for him to go ahead and lead us in the adjournment of this meeting.
So we will adjourn this meeting in memory of John Kitchen and just take a few seconds in memoriam to remember his commitment to the district and his love for students. Thank you.
At this time, the board will now adjourn to closed session to discuss items listed on the closed session agenda. Thank you. get us out of here. We're gonna be land moguls on it. We're gonna come out in a magazine, real estate.
CBS is on the bottom floor, but that one had an underground parking lot.
Carol and I went to Los Gatos, that's when we drove.
Cause you got us from all something, right? Right across the street from.
It's not right across the street.
It's not?
No,
Oh,
it's like,
There's so many.
like here is
Great.
Catella,
Great.
it's further down Catella, Cape
Let's go ahead and finish up the meeting. I think Joanne is ready. She's over here looking at me saying, "Get it going, Frank." All right, I call you on it if you look at me. Just plain, Joanne. Okay, let's take a look at item 11.1, conference with legal counsel. After conferring and meeting with legal counsel in closed session regarding board agenda item number 10.3, the board voted to approve two separate settlement agreements with Action Sheet Metal and Veneer Construction Management as it relates to the following matter. Cone Joint Unified School District versus Best Contracting Incorporated, San Bernardino County, case number CIVSB 2209385. The board approvals are subject to final execution of the settlement agreement with Veneer Construction Management and further subject to the court in the above reference action approving the good faith settlement motion to be filed by both parties. Now, do you need the voting? No, okay. Item 11.2, which is personnel public employee dismissal, discipline dismissal. In closed session, the board took action to accept the resignation of the certificated unit member, EIN number 9893, under the terms of resignation agreement. The roll call vote was in the yay. It was unanimous. Item 11.3. Oh, you want the first and second? Okay. Second here. On a motion by Board Member Dan Flores and a second by Board Member Israel Fuentes. Okay, thank you. And 11.3, on a motion by Board Member Dan Flores and second by Board Member Israel Fuentes. Also, there was amendment to this. Classified soccer JV and varsity boys were pooled. So the amendment carried on a 6-0 vote. The board approved the following. Certificated coaches 6, junior varsity football boys 2, varsity soccer girls, head varsity track co-ed, track assistant co-ed, varsity assistant boy, football boys. Certificated regular staff 17, speech therapist 3, teachers 14. Now here's the classified coaching 16, cheer assistant co-ed, head junior varsity soccer boys pooled. Junior varsity head junior varsity volleyball girls 2, head varsity football boys 2, head varsity soccer boys pooled. Head varsity volleyball girls, junior varsity football assistant boys 2, varsity cross country assistant co-ed, and varsity football assistant boys 5. Volunteer coaches, basketball girls, cheer co-ed, volleyball girls, and volunteer general 10. 11.4, personnel public employee appointment dismissal and discipline release. In closed session on a motion by Board Member Isabel Fuentes, second by Board Member Joanne Thorin Ojeda, and carried on a 6-0 vote, the board appointed the following Vu No, high school assistant principal. And if there's no other questions or comments, I hereby adjourn